Well, good morning, everyone. I will officially call. Good. The I just hear the echo. Good. All right. Now I will officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing for Tuesday, March 12th to order. We have 4 items on the agenda today, we'll get right to it, starting with a Senate joint resolution for review, which is the nomination of Tamara Titre of Bridgeport to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. Good morning. You can hit the little red button there. And if you could do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks you might have.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Duff, Ranking Member Kelly, Chairman Concepcion, Ranking Member Yacarino, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Tamara Teet. I am honored to be here today to discuss my nomination by Governor Ned Lamont to the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, the CHRO. It has been a privilege and an honor to serve the people of the state of Connecticut as a commissioner designee of the CHRO these past 6 months. Since graduating from law school in 2014, I have held a series of positions in public service with increasing responsibility, starting as a temporary assistant clerk in the Superior Court in Bridgeport, and thereafter with the City of Bridgeport's Law Department and then the Office of Labor Relations. I currently serve as Assistant General Counsel for the State Board of Labor Relations. In each of these positions, my performance and accomplishments were recognized and enabled my successive career steps. My role as Assistant General Counsel requires me to be impartial and to consider all facts in making a determination. I see my role on the commission as an expansion of that responsibility, exercising impartiality and an obligation to carry out my statutory responsibility. I am also active in my community and the bar associations. I serve on the board of directors for the George W. Crawford Black Bar Association. Locally, in my hometown of Bridgeport, I serve on the board of directors for Neighborhood Studios of Fairfield County. Recently, I was selected to be a presidential fellow for the Connecticut Bar Association in the administrative law section, and appointed by the Chief Justice Richard A. Robinson to serve on the Judicial Branch Civics Academy. I have been familiar with the CHRO for many years, having first interned with the agency's regional office in Bridgeport while studying for my undergraduate degree at Fairfield University. In 2011, after my first year of law school, I returned to the agency's legal division where I worked under the guidance of Principal Attorney Charles Krish, handling legal intervention cases. Today, almost 10 years later, I find myself returning to the CHRO as a commissioner designee. In the past 6 months, I have completed my commissioner training, attended several of CHRO's outreach events, including the Hispanic Heritage Small Business Expo in Waterbury, and most recently, the CHRO's MLK Children's March and bell ringing with my 5-year-old son. This September, I am scheduled to be a presenter for Kids Court Academy. I have expanded my knowledge of the inner workings of the agencies, its goal and initiatives, legislative agenda, and outreach efforts. I feel truly honored to be just a small part of fighting for civil and human rights protections for all citizens in Connecticut. In other words, I am invested and passionate about the work of the CHRO and have been honored to serve in the capacity of commissioner. I would like to again thank Governor Ned Lamont for this nomination of me to the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. I look forward to continuing to serve as a commissioner should the legislature approve my nomination. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I welcome any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. I feel like your experience is perfectly situated for the commission. Just a couple questions, and I'm glad you mentioned a couple times in your testimony outreach. I think that's something we don't do enough on a lot of different commissions. Can you just explain a little bit when you said you went to some of the outreach events that CHRO holds? What happens at those events?
So for example, the MLK March was a march that took place back in January. And at that march, I took my 6-year-old son. So we learned about civil rights. He received some books there that we were able to take home and read. I'm able to read to him each night. He did get a little bit of preview about Martin Luther King and the history of Martin Luther King's movement from his kindergarten class. So this was an excellent opportunity to introduce him to more to Martin Luther King and about civil rights and protections. The other outreach effort I attended was one in Waterbury. It was an expo, but it was nice to be able to meet the citizens, understand. It was a housing expo, actually. So it was nice to meet some of the citizens, interact with the CHRO staff, and understand how CHRO and the work that CHRO is doing is affecting them, or how CHRO might be able to help them in whether it's an eviction or whatever the housing discrimination, whatever that issue may be.
That's great. And you mentioned that you've served just the last 6 months, correct?
That's correct.
And I asked this question to, I think, the last nominee that was here last week. Has anything surprised you in the 6 months that you've been in?
Well, yes, as I mentioned, I started up as intern, so CHRO is not a new agency to me. So what has been interesting for me is just seeing how much the CHRO has grown, so to speak. The jurisdiction, for example, there is the Crown Act that was enacted, what is it, 2022, I believe. We also have the domestic violence protection that was added. And there's a lot of other protections that were added, I find, that are not within the federal law, but is within the CHRO. So just seeing all the changes and again, the outreach that is done. CHRO now have, what is it, Kids Court that was not there while I was there at that time, which I think is very valuable for young people, because through Kids Court, you get to learn again more about civil rights, more about human rights, right? To take a look at actual cases that might have been decided.
Great. And I know, again, maybe an unfair question since you've just been there 6 months, but, historically, do you believe, and again, you were there in 2011 as well, that the process moves quick enough for individuals to get a resolution as quickly as possible, or are there things that the commission can do to mitigate some of the backlogs of complaints?
Okay, right now, I believe it's a bit early within my time within CHRO, but I do know that it depends on the case, right? Because, for example, a complainant may file a case, the respondent has about 30 days to respond, but they may also have they also request a 15-day extension. So that may delay it a little bit more. The respondents and and the complainant also have the opportunity to do what's called early legal intervention cases. So there's some things that may prolong it, but there are also some aspects of it that may be shortened depending on the avenue that the respondent or the complainant takes.
That's great. And my last question, at least for now, is I know I think we have someone that's going to be a referee that's in front of us. What's the relationship between the commission, and I'll ask him as well, the relationship between the commission and the referees? What do they do? What's the
But we
difference?
try to keep that, and I'll leave that question for him to answer, but we try to keep that, keep it separate. So cases will generally go to the referee after legal intervention cases, but those cases, it's not cases, at least from my experience so far in my 6 months, that comes before the CHRO.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I might have another question or two. We do have a few individuals that are virtual today, and a lot of commissioners or committee members are back and forth from a lot of different committees. So you might see some people pop in. But with that, I'll open it up to my committee with Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
So this is for the referee
No.
nomination,
This is for Commissioner.
but this is for the commissioner. I don't have any questions, and thank you.
All right. Well, you might get off easy here. Let me I'll open it up to anybody that's virtual at this point. If any hands are raised. Seeing none. That might have been the quickest testimony I've seen. Before you go, there is one question that we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
I-
All right, well, congratulations again, and thanks for being with us
Thank
this
you.
morning. Well, moving right along. Second item on the agenda today is another Senate joint resolution for review, which is the nomination of Sujata Gadkar Wilcox of Trumbull to be a member of the Commission of Human Rights and Opportunities. Good morning.
Morning.
If you could do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to, do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, ranking members Yacarino and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Sujata Gadkar-Wilcox, and I'm honored to be nominated by Governor Lamont for the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. My own experience, not only as chair of the Department of Justice and Law at Quinnipiac University, but also in the nonprofit world as the executive director of the Oxford Consortium for Human Rights, and previously as the executive director of juvenile law, both reflect my passion for ensuring that employment opportunities are available for all people in Connecticut and that human rights are respected. As an associate professor of legal studies at Quinnipiac, I teach classes in comparative constitutional law, American constitutional law, public international law, and human rights law. I've written articles and book chapters on the origins of the Indian Constitution, domestic violence law in India, and the free exercise clause in the US Constitution. I pursued these interests as a Fulbright scholar in India in 2015 and 17. With the Oxford Consortium for Human Rights and the Carnegie Council for Ethics and International Affairs, I pursue human rights, global engagement, and social action, and provide new opportunities for collaboration with students, faculty, and external stakeholders. I've collaborated with faculty and institutions beyond the Quinnipiac campus and created global engagement opportunities for our own faculty and students, including participation in human rights workshops at the United Nations and at Oxford University, and a campus-wide social justice student leadership conference in collaboration with the Campus Compact. These external collaborations provide students with an opportunity to engage with peers and scholars and practitioners outside of Quinnipiac and to build projects that can be brought back to Connecticut and to campus, as we do every year with our community action summits in collaboration with the Albert Schweitzer Institute at Quinnipiac University and CT State, along with Sacred Heart and Trinity, among other Connecticut colleges and universities. These commitments doubtless stem in part from my own personal experiences. My father grew up poor in a small village in India. Through excelling in school, he was able to become successful as an engineer, first in India and then in the United States. I learned from him that education is the key to success, especially for poor and underrepresented students, and that it was important to work hard to break down barriers to education and employment. I hope to continue this work with the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, whose mission is to eliminate discrimination and to establish equal opportunity and justice for all persons within the state through advocacy and education. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I welcome any questions you have at this time.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
As similar to the last person that testified, I think your experience is again perfectly situated to what the commission does. So have you attended any meetings already?
Yes, so I've also been serving for 6 months.
All right, so I'll ask
Roughly parallel experience.
I'll ask you the same question then. Has anything surprised you on just the process of meetings, on the people that are the complaints that are coming in, that you might have not thought that was the case?
Well, I mean, I was actually surprised in a similar way to the breadth of work done by the CHRO and how much is really being done. Not so much, I think, in the complaints, although they're all particular and sort of based on a particular context. But I'm in fact quite impressed with kind of the range of work the CHRO does, and I don't think I really understood that well until joining the commission. So. And kudos to, the entire staff team and to our executive director, Tanya, who's here, because the work is really incredible. And also learning the history of the CHRO being the oldest state civil rights agency in the country, I think is really a model for the rest of the country as well.
Great. And then again, on the outreach efforts, we try to ensure that the residents of this state understand what their rights are, and the fact that they can go to CHRO if they have a situation that calls for it. Do you believe we're doing enough, both as legislators up here or as staff members at CHRO to ensure that our residents know what the department does and know that there could be a voice there for them to support them if they do feel discriminated upon?
I love that question. And as an educator, that's the thing I care about most is, your earlier question about outreach. No, I think there's always more that can be done. I think the CHRO is doing a lot right now in terms of outreach and programming, and the same with the legislature. But I think more can always be done, because I see this even on campus. We'll sort of post events or things that are happening, and it takes 2 or 3 rounds before people know that these events happen annually. And so, in fact, outreach is the thing. Probably as an educator that I care about most. So joining the Kids Court Academy, for example, I've already spoken with our executive director about doing more with outreach and for college students and for younger people in Connecticut to understand rights, to connect human rights to democracy, to understand more about the political process in the context of human rights as well. So yeah, outreach, I would say, is probably one of the things I'm most excited about participating in. And I look forward to those. I've only been there for 6 months, but I look forward to opportunities to do that for sure.
I appreciate that. And in your testimony, you mentioned a couple times the where you work, the Oxford Consortium from Human Rights. Can you just expand a little bit on that, on
Yes.
what it does, some of the mission, the mission it might have?
Absolutely. Yeah. So this is an organization. It's a collaboration of it's a partnership between universities basically throughout the United States. But it's a little bit different in its orientation, because the purpose of the Oxford Consortium is to provide opportunities for students who may not otherwise have a direct line to Oxford, including, for example, almost every college, Connecticut Community College, has sent students through the program for a week in Oxford for a human rights workshop, because CT State is now involved. And now we have, I think it was about 10 of the campuses have sent students last year. And that's very exciting. And so Quinnipiac has sent students, Trinity has sent students, Sacred Heart has sent students, UConn has sent students. And then we have students from the University of Oregon, the University of Utah, from Texas Christian University. We have a range of schools and universities. And the point is, again, to open up access and for them to then go on and apply for fellowships and scholarships that allow them to use that education as leverage to build opportunities for themselves and to continue, thinking about human rights. So the workshops are themed differently. It could be about climate. It could be about conflict, so humanitarian intervention. It could be about, identity. It could be about migration. There are different kind of themes in human rights that come up each workshop. And so we just give opportunity for students to hear from scholars and practitioners and to build a network. It's really more about building the community for the students.
Appreciate that. And certainly that's very important work that you do. So again, knowing you've only been there 6 months, I'm not going to ask you too much about the past, but just for the future, what are you hoping to get out of your experience at CHRO?
Well, I mean, for me as an academic, I always think that it's important for us to be embodying the values that we teach. And given that I teach constitutional law, I teach human rights, it's not enough to kind of study that in the classroom. It's important that, we actually understanding what that practice looks like and how it's accessible to people. So I'm most excited to be part of the CHRO because it's an application of the human rights principles that I teach in the classroom. And particularly, as you said, the outreach piece is really important to me. I'm always interested in building a bridge between the community and institutions, including the legislative offices and academic institutions. It's always important to me to build those bridges because that's what's most important, is how that message resonates in the public.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those answers. I'll open it up to any questions from committee members. Senator Moore.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had another meeting that was at 10, so I couldn't be here for the beginning of
Good
you.
morning, Senator.
Sujata is my constituent and a longtime friend, so I'm happy to see you here. I know the work that you've done in the community and with students, but I also know you've had a short term on CHRO.
Yes.
And this is an opportunity to expand that. Because you do work with youth, how do you see taking this back to the community and being able to utilize it?
That's a great question. Yeah, that's, I say, what I'm most interested in, along with the actual administrative policy work, is to have public dialogues and forums. So and to participate more now in the Kids Court Academy, which is fantastic. So the CHRO, I want to, make sure to state that the CHRO is already doing some really incredible outreach work. And I would love to continue things like the Kids Court Academy and even more dialogues in local libraries. Bring the conversation to the community throughout Connecticut. And that's what I've done. When I partner with the Oxford Consortium, we partner with, universities throughout the state, and then we'll have forums in different parts of the state on human rights. And it would be great through the CHRO to go just beyond the college campus and beyond students who happen to be there for those 4 years, and to really reach out to communities, to the public also, not just to youth, but, having events in the libraries, at a town hall, wherever there's sort of space throughout Connecticut. So that's what I'm a big proponent of public dialogue.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Martin?
Sure, thank you. Congratulations on your nomination. So you've only been on the committee for
6 months.
6
Yes.
months, okay. So what type of complaints have you, I guess, participated in hearing?
A lot of the reviews for affirmative action plans and for state agencies. So again, I was really impressed to see sort of the breadth of the work that the CHRO has done. And then we also have been overseeing reopening cases. So cases that have come before the commission that were in most cases denied, and then a request to reopen the case before the commission. And so the commission, hears that case sort of separately and hears from the individual petitioner to decide whether to reopen the case. So those have been very moving.
And how many are on the committee?
On the committee now, I believe we have 9.
You have 9,
Yeah,
and you meet
might
once a
be.
month, twice a month?
We meet once a month.
Once a month,
Yes.
okay. And
Might be
so
8 or
far you've had, how many complaints have you processed, I guess, in your 6 months?
So the affirmative action plans, maybe I would say, I think it's been about maybe 3 to 5 per meeting. And then the request for reopening, I think it ranges from 3 to 5 in those 6 months. So roughly between 20 and 30.
Yeah. So do you these complaints, these hearings that you have, what are some of the outcomes? What do you guys do as your role in hearing, and what do you guys do in determining if somebody violated a human rights?
Yeah, I mean, we're just following. So when for the affirmative action plan, we're just making sure that the protocol that's already been established has been followed. And with the reopening, it's actually very procedural, because the commission is just is basically has oversight on the work of the agency, and so the work has already been done essentially by staff members. And now, particularly for the reopenings, the question is, is a procedural question. Was there a kind of flaw in the process? Does it warrant reopening? And I think most of the time, the commission sort of defers to the judgment of the staff of the agency. But there have been times when, at least in my experience so far, where the petitioners have made a case that there was an error in the process, or they needed the timeliness of the filing, and and there was a reason to kind of to reopen it and to have it reevaluated, and then we'll provide sort of another sort of a standard for the staff attorneys to reopen and to reconsider the case. But that it's a very sort of procedural, as far as I've been seeing, a very procedural technical process. One of the things that did become important is sometimes the petitioners were confused about what that process looks like. Like we weren't just starting again de novo, we were just reviewing whether or not there was a procedural flaw. So I know one time that had to be explained to the petitioners, and it was really helpful to have the commission there to say, wait, here's really the process. We're not judging you or the case on the merits. We're just judging the process and whether or not it warrants reopening. So also to help people understand what the process looks like, and I thought that was very helpful, because, it's a lot of information. It's for us, and we're new to the commission, but certainly for somebody who's filing a complaint.
Yeah, I've never dealt with this agency, and I'm just curious to know what the process is, particularly if you're opening a hearing, reopening a hearing. Are there punitive damages in any of this that the hearings that you guys listen to?
So a big deal. I don't believe so. I mean, so the reopening, I believe, just sends the case back again to the CHRO staff attorneys to determine whether but I don't, so I can say, I'm not sure about that. And I haven't seen any punitive damages being assessed in the cases that I've seen.
Do you know anything about the small business and minority when you in a state contract where a certain percentage of the work needs to go to a minority contractor? Do you know anything about that at all?
No, I know that the CHRO oversees
Yeah.
that as part, and again, that's why I said I was surprised with the breadth of the work, but I've only seen in my in my 6 months there, I've only seen the predominantly the affirmative action cases and the reopening requests.
Got it. Okay. I'm just curious because I know in another committee, that subject has come up. I think it may have been in banking. I can't remember, a few years back, and regarding whether or not 25% was an adequate amount for a minority to be issued on a larger contract. I guess my question was, gee, do we see any growth in minority businesses? And I know that there's a report here and I'm probably going to,
Right.
download this report, take a look at it. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Just making sure no one's raising their hand on Zoom. Seeing none, we ask, there is one question we always ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, moving along. Third item on the agenda today is a House joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Komla G. Matrevi of Torrington to be appointed human rights referee for the Commission of Human Rights and Opportunities. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
You can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening comments you might have.
Thank you, Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, ranking members Jacarino and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nomination Committee. My name is Komla Godwill Matrevi, and I'm honored to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to serve as a human rights referee at the Office of Public Hearings. 13 years ago, I took a leap of faith and moved to the United States from a small Western African country named Togo to pursue the American dream. Since 2011, I embarked on a professional development journey that included an enlistment period in the United States Army and led to being appointed as a human rights referee at the Office of Public Hearing. My unique background and professional journey equipped me with knowledge and cultural awareness of differences that make us stronger as a state. The experience helped me grow as a person, as an attorney, and as a leader. As an African-American man, immigrant, and veteran, I have experienced and witnessed others go through the pains of discriminatory conduct. I've also experienced the happiness of a work environment without any harassment or discrimination. I believe that all the progress that we have made as a society to provide a more just, fair, and inclusive and equitable society is due to the pains and sufferings of our predecessors who have fought so hard and to those who are still fighting for a better world. My legal career started at the University of Connecticut School of Law, where I specialize in human rights and social justice because of my interest in helping people with their various legal needs in the areas of housing, immigration, foreclosure, and family law. At this institution, I participated in the work of the Asylum and Human Rights Clinic. This experience was so rewarding that I became convinced that my practice should focus on human rights issues. I graduated in 2017 and secured an internship at the Attorney General's Office in the Employment Discrimination Department. Through this opportunity, I understood the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in all work environment. Besides my own personal experience with discrimination, I became more educated on the legal aspects of this important subject and saw firsthand the progress made by the state of Connecticut by expanding the definition of protected class to cover race, creed, color, national origin, ancestry, sex, gender identity or expression, marital status, age, lawful source of income, familial status, learning disability, physical or mental disability, or status as a veteran. I volunteer at the same time at the Hartford Commission on refugees and human rights affairs to advocate for members of the community and to ensure that they were aware of the progress made by the state at a time when it was difficult to access federal immigration relief. This desire to help people also led me to currently serve as a volunteer board member at the Connecticut Veterans Legal Center. At this center, we advocate for the legal needs of veterans, including but not limited to housing, discharge upgrade, healthcare, and recovery. I also serve on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee of the Connecticut Bar Association since 2022. As an attorney, I was honored to serve as a vice president at the George Crawford Black Bar Association, an organization that spared no means to advocate for African American lawyers and to promote fair and equitable policies. As a member of this organization, I was honored to participate in pro bono activities, conferences, and meetings that discuss social issues affecting our community, such as gun violence, racism, and poverty. I began my professional career in the mortgage industry by working for McCullough, Lieber & Pierce, LLC, in Hartford as a foreclosure mediation attorney in 2019. During this time, I became focused on helping families avoid foreclosure through mediation. I was in this position when COVID-19 pandemic started in spring 2020. I felt the hopelessness around me and immediately understood that I had to do something to help. So I joined the Attorney Advisor Group of the Small Business Administration. In this position, I spent several months helping American families obtain disaster relief through the disaster loans programs of the agency without any discrimination. During my last year at the SBA, the state of Connecticut continued its progress on social economic policies by legalizing adult use cannabis and creating the Social Equity Council. Once again, I felt the call of duty and applied for a staff attorney position at this agency. I supported the Social Equity Council through legal advice and policy recommendations. I am proud to state that in my nearly 2 years of experience at this agency, collectively as a team, we not only successfully launched the brand new adult use cannabis industry, but we also created a set of programs that provides training, financial assistance, and support to countless of social equity individuals whose lives were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. I remain passionate about my work at the Social Equity Council because of the impact it has on the entire community. I would like to thank the current members of the council and its director for the revolutionary work that they continue to do. I left the Social Equity Council in November 2023 to accept the nomination to serve as an interim human rights referee at the Office of Public Hearings. Since then, I have had the opportunity to hear several cases in a fair and impartial manner, and I'm honored to serve on the team led by the Honorable Dr. Sharon Payne, our Chief Human Rights Referee. I am confident that my decision as human rights referee will continue to be fair, impartial, and rooted in the strict observance of our laws and Constitution. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I welcome any question you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nominations, and thank you for your service both to the state of Connecticut and to the country. Just a couple questions for you. Can you just walk us through a typical meeting or a hearing, and then what the relationship is with the actual commission, as I asked of the previous nominee that was in front of us today? So what's a typical meeting like for you, caseloads, all that stuff, and then what's the relationship between the actual commission and the referees?
Thank you, Chairman Concepcion, for that question. So for me, since I started in November, so far I have 30 cases on my docket. And of these cases, the vast majority of them, I would say 95% of them are employment discrimination cases. The process usually starts with an initial hearing conference, which is just an event to hear the parties, get to know them, and also set the calendar for all the event that will go on in the proceedings. I've also had cases of housing discrimination and cases of, and one case about the contract clause of the Connecticut General Statute that Senator Martin was referring to earlier. So I would like to say I haven't conducted a full public hearing yet. My first full public hearing is actually scheduled for tomorrow. You're all invited to attend. So that's all I can say so far with regard to your question. Now, as far as the relationship between the Office of Public Hearing and the CHRO is concerned, we have a legal wall that separates our activities. It's actually the first time I met our honorable director today. But it's only on occasions like this that we get to interact with members of the CHRO for agency work. So we like to preserve our independence because that helps us to become more fair and impartial. Thank you.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that. And sometimes we ask those questions just for our own purposes. The relationship between different factions of a department. So thank you for that. Just reading here, and again, this might be not fair for you just because you started just a couple months ago, but curious if you've had conversations with some of your other referee colleagues. But in the sheet we have here says there were 50 cases. You mentioned how many you've had since November?
Since November, I have about 30.
30. Okay.
Yes.
So here it says, according to the CHRO's most recent annual report, there were 50 cases certified for a public hearing in 23. The fact that you have 30 is in my, I'm not a mathematician, but it's leaning towards it's going to be more than 50 this particular year. Do you think that there's a reason for that? Is it more on the housing side, more on the employment side?
Thank you, Chairman Concepcion. The vast majority of our cases at this time, from what I can say, from my limited experience, comes from the employment discrimination side. So far, I've only had one housing case, and it has settled. So I will say with confidence that the vast majority come from the employment discrimination side.
I might have another question or two, but I'll certainly defer to
Thank you, Chairman.
my colleagues here, starting with Chairman Duff.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good to see you today.
Morning, Chairman.
I was looking over the documents, listening to your testimony, and you came from Togo
Yes,
13,
Chairman.
13 years ago?
Yes. 13 years ago, I came from Togo.
Wow, that's what an act of courage to come from one country to here, seems so far away, and really is the epitome of the American dream of coming to another country and then being elevated to a position in a government, state government, and I just this is what we talk about all the time, and this is why we're so proud of our state and our country when we think about the fact that people have those opportunities to come for a different life. And I'm not familiar with the government there. Is there the laws there to here? Are they comparable? Did you know you want to go to law school and be an attorney here in the United States? Is this something that was a path for you when you came here?
Thank you, Senator Duff, for that question. Well, actually, I started law school in Togo.
Did you?
Yes, I did before coming here. And when I came here, after waiting for some time and serving, I went back to law school because that's all I've ever wanted to do. And here I am. I would like to thank the state of Connecticut and, of course, Governor Ned Lamont for giving me this opportunity.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your answer, and I appreciate your willingness to serve the state of Connecticut, to be a part of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, and to be a human rights referee, and that really bringing in again that unique perspective that you have. And I appreciate everything you said and what you wrote. Can you just talk a little bit about the little bit of time you've been there and what you've seen, and how your perspective has maybe brought new eyes to some things that the commission may see all the time, but your perspective may be a little different because of your different experiences.
Thank you, Chairman Duff, for that question. What I would say is that being there for over 6 months, I was amazed by the level of attention that's been put into every single one of these cases. And believe when I say this, every single one of these complaints, whether they are pro se complaint or whether they are complaint filed by sophisticated attorneys, they are treated so fairly, and the process, we make sure that the process is fair for everyone. So what I would say is that, especially for pro se complaints, the Office of Public Hearings has always been able to work with them to overcome whatever difficulties they are going through. And I would say that during the hearings that I've conducted, I've always put attention to make sure that someone is not treated unfairly just because they can quote a specific case law. Uh, that's what I would say I like about being at the Office of Public Hearing.
Great, I appreciate that. You got great staff over there. My former counsel there, Darcy Jones, is who did a great job for us in Senate Democrats, and we miss her, but she's gone on to greener pastures for sure. And what I understand and what I know about CHRO is that people come to legislators all the time with issues or complaints, and there's times where I could say, you don't have to start it in court, you can start at CHRO. And that really gives average folks the ability to feel like they're going to be heard. Now, maybe they prevail, maybe they don't prevail. Maybe there's some sort of a compromise or mediation, I guess. But it gives people that opportunity to have their moment and to hear from professional folks like yourself, and that they think that they've and assured that they have their moment to speak of a complaint or have other people hear something objectively and then come to a decision. So I think your background is perfectly suited to this role, and I'm glad that you have decided to take on this responsibility and this opportunity. And so I appreciate your being here today and your service to the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Moore.
Congratulations
Thank you,
on the
Senator.
nomination. I was really impressed by your involvement in community, especially coming from another country, that you've come here to give so much back. And I heard also in your testimony how appreciative you are as to being here in this state and being at UConn and graduating. I'm impressed by what people give back to our youth. I chair housing, and I know you're just doing your first case. Where is that going to be? Because I may come. I just may show up because I hear so many testimonies from people who have had major problems in housing. I think it might be good for my development to actually sit through a hearing to see what people have to go through. So I'd like to have that information. You don't have to give it to me now, but I might be able to attend if it's tomorrow. All right.
No problem, Senator. The case I have tomorrow is not a housing case.
Oh, it's
But
not.
you're still welcome to attend. It's an
Okay.
employment discrimination case, actually.
So thinking about employment discrimination, what type of remedies do you offer if you find that someone has been found guilty of discrimination against an employee?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. So there are various remedies that a referee at the CHRO can order. Referees can order back pay, compensatory damages, attorney fees, and costs for the party that has been found to be engaging in discriminatory conduct to pay to the complainant. So those are some of the remedies that the referees can order. The referee can also order reinstatement of the employee who has been terminated if it's really warranted in the case.
And are most of those cases, as you said, pro se, that come for employment?
Some of our cases regarding employment discrimination come from pro se complainants, yes.
And just to follow up on that, are they usually majority large corporations or small businesses? Where do most of the complaints come from? What type of businesses?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So from the limited cases that I've seen, these come from not too large of corporation, small businesses mainly, but employing more than 15 employees in general in the state. Some of them are about state agencies as well. So it comes from all over the place, really.
So the amount of cases, you do carry a heavy load, for this being, this is part-time, correct?
Oh, this is full-time?
This is full-time?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So you carry a heavy load. Are you able to spend the amount of time that you need on the cases to make sure that people are getting the full support from you?
Absolutely, Senator. No matter the workload or the caseload, there's nothing more important than putting in the time required to go over every cases. We are never on the rush to eliminate a case or get it out the door, which is why it takes us time to process every single one of them, review every single motion, give time to the other party to file their responses and objections, to make sure that everyone is, at the end of the day, whether they win or they lose, they have this sentiment that at least they've been heard. And I think that's what's important.
And so if someone comes to you and let's say the employee comes through, does not win the case, what recourse do they have after that? Or any?
Well, cases at the CHRO can be appealed at the Superior Court. So either party can appeal a decision by a CHRO referee to the Superior Court, and a judge at the Superior Court will have to hear their appeal and rule on it. So that's the recourse that they have.
Well, thank you. Thank you for taking this on. I look forward to seeing some of your work in the future, and congratulations again.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chair.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize, everybody, for getting here late. I was in another meeting and I lost track of time. I think it happens here. But congratulations. And I do have just a couple of questions, but I want to say congratulations first. Obviously, you must have practiced law somewhere in the state and you'll take that with you to this important role.
Yes, Senator. Yes, Representative Yacarino. I've practiced law previously at several places. My last place of employment was the Social Equity Council, where I was the legal counsel of the Social Equity Council and helped them set up the adult use cannabis programs and promote equity in the enrollment process of this program.
So you've seen a lot. Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm sure you'll have a good staff and that we all rely on our staff and then work together to help the folks that are going to come in front of you. As you're new, but do you see is there a backlog or are the cases moving along, smoothly as possible?
For the time that I've been there, I have not seen a backlog. I think things are going fairly. Our caseload right now is fair. So we expect to go over all these cases appropriately, dedicate enough time to them to hear them so that the parties can go with satisfaction that they've been heard.
And both sides are heard.
Both sides, yes.
Good. I just wish you the best. And again, I apologize. You have an important role and I'm sure you'll do well. And I apologize for being here late, but thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Don't see any hands up. So there's, again, one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your testimony and for your thoughtful answers. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Chairman.
All right. The fourth item on the agenda for the public hearing we have today is another House Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be Correction Ombuds.
Morning.
Good morning. If you can raise your right hand, do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks you might have.
Good morning. Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, ranking members Kelly and Yacarino, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Hillary Carpenter, and I am honored to be nominated to serve as the Correction Ombuds. Throughout the past 2 decades, my professional journey has been dedicated to advocating for the indigent and incarcerated, beginning with my tenure at the Innocence Project Northwest during law school and continuing to the present day. In Connecticut, my legal career spans 7 years at the Habeas Corpus Unit, where I represented sentenced inmates in post-conviction matters in every correctional facility in the state. Through the lengthy process of habeas cases, I fostered relationships with clients, identifying recurring issues concerning the conditions of their confinement. Moreover, I cultivated constructive partnerships with Department of Corrections staff to address my clients' needs effectively and establish positive connections for future cases and clients. Transitioning to the busy GA14 courthouse in Hartford, where I have been for the last 10 years, I have managed an expanding caseload of indigent and incarcerated clients, excuse me, guiding them through criminal litigation and assisting them in navigating challenges with the department. My approach emphasizes empowering clients to advocate for themselves, facilitating their access to resources, and intervening directly when needed. Beyond the courtroom, I proudly served as president of the Connecticut Network to Abolish the Death Penalty, leading the organization through a successful repeal campaign. This experience broadened my understanding of Connecticut politics and enabled me to collaborate with diverse stakeholders, including law enforcement, correction personnel, victims' family members, and justice reform activists, rallying them all around the shared goal of abolition. My lifetime commitment to advocating for marginalized communities equips me to contribute meaningfully to Connecticut's criminal justice reform efforts. I am humbled by this nomination to this pivotal role and am eager to begin this important work, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carpenter, and congratulations on your nomination. Just a couple questions. This is a new position, correct?
Correct.
Brand new. Can you just describe, if you can, just the genesis of why this position is so important? Was it just one particular case, or has there been a multitude of issues that this position could deal with?
No, I definitely think it's the latter, Representative. There are certain themes that keep coming up in my caseload, for example, which I think is very representative given its size. Access to medical care, access to mental health services, and especially now in the wake of the pandemic, access to programming and employment opportunities that have not been reopened up since the pandemic. So it definitely is an issue-wide problem, not just a specific case.
Thank you for that. And then in your testimony, you did enclose for us a kind of your proposed 1-year plan, which was very helpful. So I appreciate that. Do you want to hit on any highlights that you
Let me take a
should?
look at it.
Yeah.
So I think my focus sort of coming out of the gate is to clarify what this position is and is not. There's been a lot of confusion, I think, that this is a position that works for the DOC, and I've had to correct a lot of people about that. My job at the end of the day is to advocate for the incarcerated population and the parole population. So my first order of business will be to introduce myself to those populations and make it very clear to them who I am and what I am there for. I'm there for them. So I do want to focus on those 3 areas that I just mentioned. I think medical care is far and away the most important, because without that, nothing else falls into place and nothing else can really be addressed effectively. So I will be putting a pretty sharp focus on that aspect to begin with. There are people in this room that are scheduled to speak today. They are dedicated and passionate activists who I look forward to working with from the get-go in this position. And I hope that you learn a lot from listening to them today, because what they say will help guide me in what I do.
Appreciate that. And does this position have any staff under them, or is it just you?
Well, right now it's just me, but
Okay.
obviously that's going to need to change, because this is not a one-person job. I hope to staff this office with people that are formerly incarcerated, for example, and also people that have an understanding of the social science issues behind the topics that we are addressing in the correction system.
Great. I'll most likely have a few other questions, but I'm gonna defer to my colleagues here, starting with Chairman Duff.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the process that led us here today of your nomination, of what makes this position necessary, why we funded this, and what, getting from there to here where you're sitting today, and me being able to ask you some questions.
So it's been a long process. It's been beset by delays, but it's also been a deliberate process, and that's another reason why it's taken so long. And I think that's important. This is not anything to be taken lightly, and it is going to have an effect on the incarcerated population and the population at large going forward. As for me personally, this is an opportunity to do what I've been doing for the last 2 decades in a different arena. And that's why it attracted me, and that's why I was drawn to it.
Thank you. And I think it would be safe to say that there are some folks who are advocates and are passionate about this issue, and who watch the Department of Corrections closely, have some concerns about the process in which we are here today. Can you talk about allaying some of those concerns that some people here in the room have, and that maybe people who are watching us have as well? And I think that will be important as you begin and try to go forward with a 1-year plan, and allay some of those concerns that may be still out there.
Mhm. And I am here to listen to those concerns, and I will be paying very close attention to them and following up on them. But there was a process in place for this position, and it was followed. And it was a deliberate process, and it was a long process, but everything was followed to the letter. And I feel very confident that I am the right person for this job.
Thank you. And I guess you're a one-person shop right now, which I know you said you hope to change that at some point, but how do you work with the department? Because you have to have access,
Mm.
right?
Yes,
But also, on the other hand, you have to be an advocate,
yes.
right? How do you do that?
Well, you do it by establishing communication with them early on and continuing it. My relationships with correction staff have always kept in mind that I have clients now and I will have clients in the future. And if I'm going to burn bridges, then that's going to affect my clients negatively. So I have always focused on that in my dealings with correction staff. But also, I do feel very strongly that the mental health and well-being of correction staff is also an important aspect here, because that does ultimately affect the incarcerated population and the parole population even. So I will be going forward, I will be keeping that in mind when we're developing proposals and solutions that would positively impact the correction community.
Thank you. And, it's interesting because, and I'll just go back to my own little story here, but when President Obama was in office, he was the first president of the United States to actually visit a prison, incarcerated folks. And then he challenged governors and state legislators to do that as well. And I went. Governor Malloy went, then I went to Manson, and I've been to Manson once, and maybe twice, but another prison maybe on the campus. And it's a lot. And the funny thing was, I brought both chiefs of police from Norwalk and Darien at the time. They're no longer the chiefs, neither one of whom had ever been in a prison before, which I found just astonishing to me, that here you have the chief of law enforcement of both communities, neither of whom have ever been in a prison before. And I think it's important from a standpoint of at least seeing there's a process and seeing the process through. Now, I know there's been other legislators since then who have been inside a prison and seen what it looks like, but it really does give you a perspective of when you're voting for policies,
Mhm.
what those policies look like and how it impacts people.
Mhm.
And how we have really tried to reimagine the work that's been done through criminal justice reform. But nonetheless, there's still folks in the prison system. And so that's why I think that it's going to be important for you to have the confidence of the community at large, inside Department of Corrections, meaning staff and also prisoners, and also folks on the outside who are trying to advocate for people on the inside. And so the process might have been a little messy, but I think that it's going to be important for you over time to again work with folks here in this room, outside this room, to gain confidence so that the work and the role that is there is one that is being done and is being effective. So I just wanted to put that out there because there are a lot of folks who are going to be watching, obviously, inside and within the legislature too. And we want success, obviously, but we want to make sure that there's not that tension of the people who are all trying to row in the same direction, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Carpenter. I have a couple questions because this is a new position and I've read some of your background. I'm guessing you're going to have as best as relationship as possible with the DLC commissioner to have meetings, to investigate potential, misgivings or needs of the population. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you had any previous conversations about, your role?
During this process?
Yes.
Just one brief meeting with the commissioner and a few other individuals. Yes.
And could you elaborate? Was it positive? Hopefully they, want to work together.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, it was just sort of a step in the process of getting here today. I think because I'm a public defender and I've been working in the trenches for, the last 17 years or so, they kind of considered me more of an unknown entity than the other candidates who have been more sort of out in the public. Public defenders aren't people that are in front of the camera and on billboards and such. They're in the trenches every day, and that's what I've been doing. So I think that it was helpful for them to get to know me a little bit better.
That makes sense. And you do have your public defending should be an asset, not a liability, I would think.
Sorry, but
I think being a public defender should be an asset for you, a credit for you.
I definitely think it is.
Because you've dealt with a lot of things that other people on the outside did not deal with.
Yeah.
So what is your main, forgive my ignorance, your main goal will be, I'll let you explain, for our
So
prisoners.
my main
Or
goal.
incarcerated. I don't want to say people are incarcerated.
Yes. So my main goal is to be the voice for the incarcerated and parole population in this state. The how I go about that, as I mentioned in my remarks earlier, I'm a big believer in empowering people to advocate for themselves because I think I've found, at least with my clientele, that they make excellent advocates for themselves if they're just given access to the voices, to the people that need to hear their voices, and to the powers that be. That's what they're lacking. But they make their own best advocates. And obviously, I would step in and intervene if that wasn't working out, which I've had to do many, many, many times on behalf of my clients.
And then if they wanted to continue their education while they're incarcerated, could you assist with that at all? Or they already have somebody there that could assist with that? Because I think it's
Absolutely.
important if they could.
Absolutely. I mean, education within the corrections system is key. It's something that I speak to all of my incarcerated clients about. And the need for that, especially in the younger population, is pretty extraordinary.
And then I'm sure unfortunately, there's gang related issues. And I don't know, if you ever want to go down that road to try to help, but that unfortunately, when people get out of being incarcerated, they can go back in the same life they had, which is not a good thing sometimes, or most of the time, actually.
Mhm.
Well, you have eventually, okay, let me rephrase. I would think you have to have a plan of having more staff to help. Because you're not going to be able, much as you think you could, you're going to need help.
No, I do not consider this a one-person job at all.
Did you budget for that?
Well, right now we don't. So that's going to need to change.
But you're going to need, not anybody, you're going to need help, I think, because it's just too much
Mhm.
for one person
Yep.
to really do a
I
good
agree.
job. I give you credit. It's going to be a very difficult job, and anything we do to help our folks that have a better life afterwards is a positive thing.
Mhm.
You just have the line of communication, because like Senator Duff said, there's going to be questions, and it's a natural thing to have questions.
Mhm.
And it's nothing wrong with questions, but people are going to want to know, is it worth it? Are people being helped? Are they, is the person incarcerated? Are they, do they feel comfortable? So it's a process, I think.
Yes. And at the end of the day, yes, we do want the incarcerated population to feel that there's an office that's in their corner. But I also want them to feel that they have the skills and the ability to fight for themselves as well.
But at the end of the day, you're still going to have, I would hope you have a good relationship with the DOC commissioner, because you're going to have to work hand in hand.
Mhm.
You don't want to have friction, because it's just going to be a battle.
This position, this office has to work,
Right.
and it's not going to work if we don't have healthy relationships with the department and with the population itself.
One last question, Mr. Chair. So for folks to get in touch with you, is there an office? How are people going to get in touch with you? Are you going to go to the
Right now,
prison?
there is no office.
So how do you get in touch with
And
people?
that is definitely something I would be interested in.
What will you do though? Well, you'll just go work remote, but go to each facility?
There's no what.
You're going to have to go to facilities. How are you going to find the information out?
So
people need help.
I
Advocate.
plan to be visiting every facility from the get-go,
So every week.
introducing myself to not only to the staff, but to the incarcerated population. Letting them know who I am and what I'm there for and what I'm not there for.
And how to get in touch with you.
Well, right now you can get in touch with me at the public defender's office.
Okay.
But once
there's
I
a way
get set
for
up
them
with
to
an
get-
office and a phone and a website, we'll be
Yeah.
good to go.
That's all.
Okay.
They're going to need to know how to get in touch with you.
To
All
to be determined.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. We have Representative Figueroa, who is virtual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I just want to say congratulations, Ms. Carpenter, on this position. I do wish you good luck. With that said, I would like to know, I heard you saying that you have good relationship with your clients. To which clients were you referring to, and how do you manage to have a good relationship with your clients if your clients are the ones that I'm assuming are the ones that are incarcerated? That's my first question.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part again? I'm sorry.
How do you manage to have a good relationship or a positive relationship with your clients if your clients that you mentioned are the ones that are incarcerated?
So you're asking how I have good relationships with my clients that are incarcerated? I'm sorry, I'm
You
not.
mentioned that you do have a positive relationship with your clients.
Mhm.
My question is, to which clients are you referring to, or were you referring to when you make that point?
Oh, so right now I'm referring to the clients that I represent as a public defender. So I have about a 3
Okay.
client caseload.
I understand. Okay. And then based on that, I will assume that you will also be establishing a relationship with those, individuals who are incarcerated as well, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I'm anticipating that we're going to get thousands of communications every year from the incarcerated population, which is why it's necessary for us to staff this office in a way that can handle that kind of caseload.
And Ms. Carpenter, when you refer to staffing, how many members are you are anticipating or looking for to staff
Well,
your position?
I plan to staff the office with full-time staff, but also to work with internship programs such as the University of Connecticut's various departments that have internship programs. So I would like to see, ultimately, I'd like to see a staff of, at least a half a dozen people there at some point, just to deal with all the different aspects that we'll be dealing with, the investigations, the data collection, the public education, all those things.
And were all these positions that you are referring to discussed when you were appointed to this position?
Was there, I'm sorry, say that again?
Were all these positions that you just mentioned, were
Yes.
they discussed during your interview, to be
No, I mean,
appointed?
I was asked in general terms about staffing and budgeting and responded to those general questions, but no, we haven't gotten really specific about it. And I mean, I'm really talking about a vision going forward with this office, but obviously with the funds that we have to start with, it's going to be me, and I'll have to build on that as it happens, as those opportunities become available.
All right, thank you. And one more question. I am interested in knowing as to what is your position on incarcerated individuals to be allowed out of their cell for a specific time or a specified time, and along with limitation of time of solitary confinement?
Well, this is something that there are people in this room that can speak very, very directly to that. And I look forward to working with them on that issue. I do think that there's a lot of progress that can be made, that the goal of moving away from solitary confinement and increasing the sort of freedom of movement of prisoners is really an essential part of the overall mental health, well-being of prisoners, and the direction that we want to go to with this position.
Okay, thank you. I think this is something that we need to keep our eyes open, because while we need to make sure, that the incarcerators, those individuals, are given some free time outside. Also, I think we also have to make sure that we are also protecting those who are also, taking care of those individuals as well. So I hope you will look into that to make sure both sides are well protected.
Yes, thank you for that. I do want to say that that it's important to remind people that the Department of Correction is called the Department of Correction for a reason. It's not the Department of Dehumanization and, just taking away the humanity of people. So it shouldn't be that. And we should definitely focus on, help them focus on what the true mission is.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate your answers. And again, congratulations on your position.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from committee members? I do have at least one more. We've had a couple members of CHRO here today and last week as well, and I typically ask the question, what has surprised them since they've been part of the commission? And one and actually two individuals separately have mentioned the amount of requests that they receive from incarcerated individuals. So I guess my question to you is, do you plan, does your department plan on working with CHRO on taking those requests and those concerns?
I think there probably going to be a lot of issues where we overlap.
Okay.
And there will be opportunities for us to work closely on that. Yes.
Great. Any other questions, comments, committee members? We do have one last question, which we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
thank you.
All right. Those are the resolutions. We do have 5 members of the public who have signed up to speak today, to testify. Number 1, we have Barbara Fair. We will allow 3 minutes for every single for every single person that wants to testify today. Oh, if you could just hit the little red button right there. Yep. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished members of this committee. My name is Barbara Fair. I'm part of Stop Solitary Connecticut. And actually the birthing of this return of the advisory independent board. I'm just really anxious because I've heard so much in the last few minutes. So I did submit testimony, so I'm hoping you can go by that, but this whole project was birthed out of a vision that I had for independent oversight, because I have been working for decades with incarcerated people, receiving their letters, getting their phone calls, getting their emails, families calling me. And one of the first things I did was start building a relationship with the Commissioner of Corrections and many of his administrative staff. I have really good working relationships with them. The Commissioner, as you can see, actually supported the Protect Act. We negotiated and worked together on that. So we have a long relationship. I have worked with every commissioner has ever come to this state, because I know that was important in trying to do what I want to do for incarcerated people, and knowing that I have to work with the Commissioner of Corrections at the same time. So I've had relationships with all of them. I've seen a reason to have independent oversight, because I feel it's like police. DOC would be policing themselves. And so many of the time people would say that they have a grievance committee that over 90% of the time it was always ruled in favor of DOC. And so that's why I thought it was important to balance the scales, to have independent oversight. So people inside know me. They've known me for years. They trust me. Their families trust me. So I wouldn't even have to start building relationships with people, because I've always had them. People inside, outside, people in this room that I've worked with when they were on the inside. And I mean, that's why I don't even know why I'm even sitting here testifying toward this position as opposed to being appointed to it. We had a public hearing. The public hearing, from all the information, I don't know if you've seen them, all the people inside wanted me to be the ombudsperson, because they know I've been doing this work without a pay, without a title. It's my heart work. And I have to say, as far as I know, Ms. Carpenter said that one of the things she wants to do is to work with people in the room that she recognizes has already done all this work and already have these relationships. But I have to say, to be honest, 2 people have told me they asked Ms. Carpenter to reach out to me, because they know that I'm the inside. The people already trust me. It's going to help boost her ability to go and do this job. And I have not heard from Ms. Carpenter. So when I hear her say I'm going to work with the talent in the room, it's just it's taking my breath, because like I haven't heard a word from her yet. So my 3 minutes is up, but the process, I have to say, was 3 people. And if you see my testimony, 3 people were selected. The third person dropped out when he realized it wasn't a full-time job. Miss Carpenter became the person because they had to put another name in. And right now I can tell you that the committee is very upset by, the governor not listening to the voices of the people or the committee and doing his own thing. So thank you very much. Nothing personal against Miss Hillary, but those people incarcerated to me are the most marginalized, unheard, unseen people in Connecticut. My heart work has always been, how do I become a voice for them? How do I help them? And I'm sorry, I haven't heard of Miss Carpenter and all these decades of doing this work, coming and stepping in, working with me and standing with me, talking about these conditions inside are bad and we need to do something about it.
Thank you very, very much. Appreciate you being here. Are there any questions from committee members?
I'm sorry. I got in late, but I heard the end of what you're saying, and I do agree. If you're gonna do that job, you need to make sure you're there for people.
Right.
And that's all. Thank you.
That's what it's about. For me, it's not about a position. It's not about a paycheck. It's not about benefits, none of that. I don't even know what they pay because that was my least concern. Mine is I wanted these people to have independent oversight so that things can change.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Next up is Cody Richard.
On. Thank you guys for this opportunity to be able to speak. I'm here to speak in opposition of appointing Ms. Carpenter to the DOC Obud's position. In the interest of justice, I urge the governor to rethink his appointment of Ms. Carpenter as a DOC ombuds based on the fact that Ms. Carpenter is a public defender whose department plays a significant role and is a direct contributor to the current prison population. I will further raise the question as to how Ms. Carpenter will be able to render impartial decisions with regards to our inmate population if her department has significantly contributed to our prison population. This dynamic will not ensure our inmate population is being properly represented, nor do I feel any inmate would be in support of Ms. Carpenter being appointed to this position, given her role in the public defender's office, which is something that should be taken into account. In addition, I would like to point out the disregard by the governor's office with respect to the other candidates who were nominated for this position that I feel were intentionally skipped over, which I don't feel is fair, given the advocacy of the other individuals that have been nominated. And as we just heard Ms. Fair's testimony, she has been in the trenches, undoubtedly, you know what I mean, with that for a great deal of time now. So I would like to see her play a role, maybe working together with the appointee or something of that nature. Because when she says that she has reach in the prison system and that inmates trust her and that the families trust her, she's not lying. And the community's right behind her. I've spoken with people incarcerated. You mentioned Barbara Fair's name. It does ring bells, right? So that's not something that should be overlooked one bit in creating this position. It's a great step forward to be able to have this position, but let's ensure that our inmate population is being properly looked after and advocated for. I would like to be able, Ms. Carpenter commented on being in the trenches, and as a formerly incarcerated individual, I've spent time in Northern Correctional Facility, which is now closed down due to solitary and inhumane conditions. Spent time in Osborne Correctional Facility. No one in society is that technically, and those incarcerated are really in the trenches. Those are the individuals getting dragged through the mud each and every day. You know what I mean? We don't have those struggles out here. Some people can't even fathom the struggles that they have while incarcerated. And it's hard for us too. So I felt compelled to be able to come out and speak on this today because it's, those incarcerated individuals aren't here today. This is affecting incarcerated individuals and they're not even allowed to give testimony as to what they think. Has anyone thought about asking the prison population as to who they would like advocating for them? So with that, I am rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here
Yeah, thank you.
with us this morning for your testimony. Next up, we have Cindy Prizio.
I think this is on, right? Oh, wonderful. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, and all esteemed members. You know, I don't even know where to, I've got a bunch of chicken scratch here. So, I do agree with Cody. In retrospect or reflection, when I think about a public defender going in, I am a bit worried because the track record of a lot of public defenders who are overworked and tired, quite frankly. The track record is that our people often are taking deals that aren't in their best interest. So I do worry about that because we need to create a safe space. I represent a group, a category of those incarcerated, and they're the people who have been convicted rightfully and wrongfully of crimes of a sexual nature. So when they're inside, they have to be careful. And it's hard to do with the internet and calling out to families. Everybody's checking on who's entering the prison and what's he done. So they are targeted often by staff and other people who are incarcerated physically, and they have to worry every day they're inside in order to stay safe. I have lived experience, so I am a mother of a person who spent time inside. And because I was executive director of One Standard of Justice, I had exposure to other people incarcerated and other family members who were scared to death for their family, their loved ones. There was no one to go to. The DOC, I believe can and has gotten away with murder. I believe that parole is another model that they think that they're doing a really good job in terms of reintegrating and making our communities safer. And all it is another punishment model. And so the latest trend I've seen within corrections and parole is that women who have been categorized as victims of a crime, who state they are not victims of a crime, are being are not being listened to, and their loved ones are getting harmed. So I just see so much that's wrong. Let me just see. Remember who's inside prisons. I would have liked possibly a person of color to actually be the first ombuds person, right? 60%, 70% of our men, women, and children in prisons are people of color. They also represent impoverished white people. When are we going to decriminalize poverty, quite frankly? And if you see some of the bills that are up on the calendar in judiciary tomorrow, you can see that we're not ready to decriminalize poverty. And I just don't know, let's see. I do know, having lived experience, I have personal lived experience, that there are actors in all these groups, whether it be correction staff, probation, parole, any kind of law enforcement. And for whatever reason, their baggage and biases come in and affect their jobs. And so I am very worried about, like, I'll give you an illustration. If I have a very bad relationship with my parole officer, there's an internal system, again, no oversight. It's the DOC's internal system. But do you know how impossible it is to get a new community supervisor? So that person could be setting me up, could be trying to entrap me, could be shackling me for no reason. And all of this happens without oversight. And so I am begging anybody who's listening today that we need a complete overhaul of probation, parole, and corrections. And it's a national trend that parole and probation has failed us. And it's no different in Connecticut. So I thank you.
Thank you very much for being here and for that testimony. Next up, we have Josenia Pape.
So you didn't want to ask if anyone had a question?
Is Josenia here? All right, and then the last one I have on my list, and I believe it's marked as a remote person, is Olivia Rinkes. And I don't see her on the line. Okay. Josenia?
Hello?
Yep, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I could not get this camera to work on my phone. I apologize for that.
No worries at all. Go ahead.
I'm just sending a Pate.
What's that?
I wrote a testimony on Sunday because I have incarcerated loved one in prison right now. And everything that the lady stated prior to what I'm stating now is what is going on with my husband. And the safety concerns, doctors. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to speaking in front of a crowd.
No worries. Take your time.
Yeah, recently he was assaulted in prison, went from one prison to another where he was neglected needs because guards have been I don't know how to pronounce them, DOCs, right? Have been making like a chain to pretty much harass him. There's a lot of concerns in the case of what's going on with my husband and the safety inside of prisons. Sorry, I'm like reading what I wrote. I got a bunch of scribbles around here, the fear as well, for them to speak out and trust outside of the prison because of what could happen inside of prison. So that's pretty much the main concern with a lot of the inmates because I do have family and loved ones in there. Not having rights to what belongs to them, like pictures, books, phone calls, stuff like that.
Well, thank you very much. And I will mention that we all have your written testimonies here as well. So appreciate you submitting that and appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. All right, I believe that was the last person signed up, correct? All right, so with that, I will officially adjourn the public hearing portion of the meeting. And once Madam Clerk is ready, we will go immediately into the committee meeting. All right. So with that, I will officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee for Tuesday, March 12th to order. We have 4 items on the agenda today. The first one is a Senate joint resolution for review, which is the nomination of Tamara Teat of Bridgeport to be a member of the Commission of Human Rights and Opportunities. Is there a motion? Moved by
Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? seconded by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Linden, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Gugliano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you. That's your roll, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is another Senate joint resolution, which is the nomination of Sujata Gadkar Wilcox of Trumbull to be a member of the Commission of Human Rights and Opportunities. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Chairman Duff, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rotigliano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
That's your roll, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I forgot to fail to mention that we will leave votes open till 3 p.m. Today. Moving on, we have a House joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Komla G. Martrevi of Torrington to be appointed human rights referee for the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. Is there a motion?
So
Motion made.
moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Representative Yakarino, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff. Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Liano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
and Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
That's your also.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And last item on the agenda is another House joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be Correction Ombuds. Is there a motion? Motion
Second.
made by Chairman Duff, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion?
Yes.
Chairman Duff.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. It is rare for this committee to many times get testimony from the public on various nominees. It's not unusual all the time, but it's rare, especially when there's a number of people who are opposed to a particular nominee that comes before this committee. So we have to, I think it's important for us to pay attention to that, obviously, and to take hold of that and to find out what, what we can do to help allay concerns or fears or to try and ensure that going forward that there will be conversations so that the process itself is one that is improved and that if there are folks who need to have conversations, that those conversations occur. I note that when we talk about Department of Corrections, there's a number of folks in this building who are legislators who care deeply about this issue, care deeply about the corrections ombuds person, and that this person is successful. Notably, of course, is our Senate Chair of the Judiciary Committee, Senator Winfield. But I know a lot of others feel the same way as well. And I would urge Ms. Carpenter to hear what was being said in this committee room by members of the public, to reach out, have conversations, allay some of those fears of the kind of the messiness of this process, to bring allies in, to help to gain confidence of those who you are expected to serve, and to bring confidence to not only this committee, but a majority of the legislature as well. This position is voted on by both the House and the Senate. And I think there is a lot of folks who are interested in how this position through the long term is one that is successful, and we want it to be successful. But I would suggest that those conversations and that work take place over the next week or so before the votes in the House and the Senate chamber. Because I think that hearing how those conversations go, how those fears have been allayed, how those relationships are being built will go a long ways towards bringing a majority in the House and the Senate. And I mean that on a bipartisan basis. I don't want to speak for anybody else here but myself, but I would imagine that there are others who may feel the same way as I do. So I will vote to advance this nomination today, but I would hope that the words that I speak, at least as one legislator, are one that are taken carefully and that are taken with a great deal of seriousness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and well said, Mr. Chair, also. I have concerns for all the reasons we heard from the public. And I was a little concerned about not having enough staff and not having enough input from our inmates. So today I will be voting no, with the understanding that it's a red flag, it's a flag, just to flag this vote. But I would like to have a bipartisan effort to move this forward eventually, but I need to have more information. And I apologize, I just feel strongly about this, and thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey, followed by Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Senator Duff that in all he has said, and I just want to let some of the people who testified. Now, I'm also on the Judiciary Committee, and we're hearing a series of bills tomorrow, a few of which touch on the Department of Corrections and some of the issues that they've raised. And I encourage them to participate in that. obviously, we're a committee that can only deal with the nominations that come from the governor. We can't replace them. We can't change them. We just need to evaluate whether or not they're qualified for the position he has nominated them to. But issues of substantive substantive standards within the Department of Corrections have been raised, correctly so. And I encourage, as I said, those individuals to participate in the Judiciary Committee public hearing on the Department of Correction bills tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very, very concerned as to, what we heard today from those who came, bravely to testify on this position. I think we as elected officials do have a duty to our constituents, to our taxpayers. And I am so pleased, that people came out and expressed their concerns. And as I said, it's our duty to listen to them. I think that I will be voting no for this, but obviously with an open mind. I want to hear a little bit more and educate myself about into this position. And hopefully more people will come out and speak on, on these bills that we are hearing. So I am open. I hope I'm able to change my vote. But as of today, after listening to those who came to testify, I think I have to side with them and say no to this position for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? I will just say I want to make sure I align myself with the comments made by all my colleagues, particularly Chairman Duff. I've felt uncomfortable throughout this entire process and will continue to do so until more conversations are had with especially the individuals in this room who are more experienced in this than I am. So I will vote yes today just to move this out, but rest assured I'll continue to monitor the conversations that need to continue to be had especially with the individuals in this room. So with that, with no other comments or questions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative Yacarino. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Figueroa.
No.
Senator Fonfara. Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rotigliano. Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes no.
That's your roll, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I mentioned, votes will be open or remain open until 3 o'clock. Our next meeting is, Madam Clerk, I'm looking at you.
Thursday.
Is it this Thursday? This Thursday at, I believe, 11 o'clock, back to 10 o'clock? Okay, so 10 o'clock.
10, I
10
believe.
o'clock? Okay.
10 o'clock on Thursday. So with that, we will remain in recess until 3 p.m. today. Thank you all.
Hey, Wendy.
Rep. Ritigliano, are you there?
I am here. You know what? I think I have to open my computer. Get the camera to work. There you
Oh.
go.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
I can't hear you, so hold on just one
Just
sec.
go real quick.
Take it off mute. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hopefully, it's not gonna do that repeating the sound thing.
Okay.
Um. What do I do with my folder? One sec. Oh man, is it in the card? One second.
Do you need a little time?
No, just like 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes, 1 minute. Got it. I think my ankle, sorry.
Totally okay.
Okay. We have, I'm not good at this name, Sujata Gadkar Wilcox to be a member
Yeah.
of CRO.
Yes.
Pamela Matrivi to be appointed as human rights referee for CHRO.
Yes.
Is that the one that was your opponent?
No, the Sujata one was.
Tamara Tetri of Bridgeport to be a member of CHRO.
Yes.
And then Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be corrections ombuds.
I'm a no.
Okay, I was gonna say there were some no's.
You
Okay.
have a great day, Wendy. Thank you very much.
You too. I'm sorry you didn't visit.
I had general law JF day today and it went long, so
Gotcha. I understand. Take care.
you too.
Bye-bye. Hello, Senator. Can you hear me?
You
okay?
doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Pretty good.
It's March Madness.
It is.
Here. Hey, I have for you Tamara Tetri of Bridgeport to be a member of CHRO.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
What is going on out there? Kamala Matrivi of Torrington to be appointed as human rights referee for CHRO.
Is that a Senate?
That's no House joint.
So do I vote on the House ones?
Yeah, it's a joint.
Joint,
Yep.
okay. Senator Kelly votes yes.
Okay. Sujata Gadkar Wilcox to be a member of CHRO.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Now the big one. Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be corrections ombuds.
Are there any no votes on that?
Yes, there are. Would you like me to tell you who they are?
Yes, please.
Yacarino, Ritigliano, Summers. But I also don't have everybody's vote.
Why would they know?
Based on the testimony, people were not feeling comfortable voting yes. There were other candidates. And there were the people who spoke thought that she wasn't the best person, that that perhaps other candidates might be better. And so Senator Duff, he voted yes, but he mentioned that it's rare that we have, this is what I wrote down, it's rare that we have speakers in this committee at all. So it's important to listen to conversations that need to happen this week. And he suggests that she meet with members of the committee this week about the speakers, about the nomination. Other people said we need to listen to the people who testified, and people felt uncomfortable, and will monitor those conversations regardless of the vote.
Yeah, I heard the testimony.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote yes.
Okay. People were voting, they wanted to just get the process moving, so.
Right, well, that's, I think it's important that we keep the process moving. The conversation would probably be of benefit.
Right.
But now and the time it comes before the Senate.
Yeah.
There may still be work to be done, but for today, we'll keep the process moving.
Okay. That's the last vote, so.
So yeah, on Hillary Carpenter, Senator Kelly votes yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank
care.
you.
See you soon.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
I've got two. Sujata Gadkar. Kamala Matrivi.
Yes.
Tamara Tetri
Yes.
and Hillary Carpenter.
No. All right.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Hi, Rep Sanchez. You're on mute, sir.
Yes, thank you.
So I can take your change of.
Yes, after thinking and thinking about the testimonies, I would like to withdraw my no vote. I'm sorry, my yes vote, and change it to a no vote for the nomination of Carpenter.
Okay, I'm changing it right now. So you're all set.
Okay, thank you so much.
No worries. Take care.
You too. Bye bye.
Hi, Senator. You are muted.
Hi, I believe I missed 2 votes.
You missed, yeah. You missed Kamala Matrivi to be a human rights referee.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
And Hillary Carpenter.
Senator Kushner votes no.
Okay, all set.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Representative.
Hi, Wendy.
How you doing? I have for you Tamara Teetree of Bridgeport to be a member of CHRO.
Wendy, I'm sorry.
Don't worry, no offense taken.
It's good to hear.
So, Tamara Teetree of Bridgeport to be a member of CHRO.
Yes.
Pamela Matrivi of Torrington to be human rights referee for CHRO.
Yes.
Sujata Gadkar Wilcox to be a member of CHRO.
Yes.
And then the big one, Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be corrections ombuds.
I'm a no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will see you soon.
You got it. Bye, Wendy.
Bye. recorded. Silly.
Like the resume. She wrote reference articles.
Yeah.
She had a ton of small stuff.
The treaty, the human rights regulation.
Yes, schools at home. Or absent.
Absent.
Okay. Yep.
And Tamara Petrie of Bridgeport to be a member of THRO. And then Lloyd Carpenter.
What they say about her?
The corrections ombudsman. There were 5 speakers, and yes, there was one who I think was part of the process to be the ombudsman. A woman who was very much in the trenches with the incarcerated. And then people who had interactions with Carpenter and had been incarcerated and had dealings with the other person who knew, kind of what was going on in there. So the comment while I was taking the vote, Senator Duff said, it's rare that we have speakers in this committee. He suggested that she have conversations with committee members over the next week, and that they really need to take place. Both
So we can get her up or her name's gonna come up.
So the people who voted yes wanted to, have the process move along. Yacarino said, I'm gonna flag it. I'm gonna vote no for now. Godfrey said, it's important to pay attention to the judicial bills on correction. And Concepcion said he felt uncomfortable voting yes. He's gonna monitor these conversations. He voted yes just to move it along.
She veteran, isn't she? Or she online?
She voted.
And all of them are Guerrero, no. Okay, I'm gonna flag it. Kelly, did he vote?
Yes, he wanted to move the process on.
All right, I'm gonna go no to flag it, and so we can have this discussion.
You got it.
And I'm gonna go back and check the recording. And listen
Yeah,
to the
I think it
recording
would
to
be,
see what the testimony.
yeah, the testimony was very interesting.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Senator. You're on mute. So I can't hear you. Just.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
Okay. Sorry that we are hounding you a little bit, but I know you don't like to miss your votes.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We have Tamara Tetri of Bridgeport to be a member of CHRO.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Amla Matrivi of Torrington to be a human rights referee for CHRO.
Hartley in the affirmative.
Sujata Gadkar Wilcox to be a member of CHRO.
In the affirmative.
And then Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be the corrections ombud.
Hartley in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hi, Foster. You need to unmute. What did you do? Foster, is Marty gonna come on Zoom?
Yeah, he's
Okay,
going
awesome.
out. He's already
Okay.
Put the chair right there. Missed out on the house. Sorry, guys. All three were back. Right there.
Marty, hold on. She might go down, so you have to decide if you what you want to do. No matter what?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Marty.
Hey, Wendy, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good.
I'll try to do this quickly.
Yeah.
Tamara Tetri of Bridgeport to be a member of CHRO.
Yes. Senator Rooney votes yes.
Sujata Godkar Wilcox to be a member of CHRO.
Yes.
Kamala Matrivi of Torrington to be a human rights referee for CHRO.
Yes.
And Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be the corrections ombuds. I will tell you right now, it's tied.
Tied with how many left to vote?
You.
Oof.
That's what I was telling you.
Oh, boy.
Can you see this?
Take that in question, Thompson.
Thank you.
Is there any, aren't there no other members left to vote?
No other members. Kushner, Moore, and Kushner, Moore, and trying to see, Sanchez, trying to see the other Dems.
I can abstain, right?
You sure can?
I'll abstain.
Yep.
Yes, yeah,
You got it.
okay,
Perfect.
good.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry to
Thank-
interrupt you.
Good.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. I think the motion is there on time. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate your flexibility.